I had to because the humming started to get too used.
Not to
I'm one
worry.
of those people who can hear the electricity.
Yeah, I can kind of hear the humming too, but there are actual song edits somewhere on the site.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I've been kind of debating on setting up a Discord for my viewers.
I mean, it could work.
Yeah. Probably not going to make it anytime soon since I don't really have that many viewers, but, you know,
Mm-hmm.
thinking about it.
Yeah, it's good to think about.
Let's see.
I am cursed with dancing through life going on in my head. Help.
No help. Suffer with us.
How dare you?
Hey Rose, hey Silver.
Silva!
Rose, I'm being bullied.
What are you? Really? I didn't notice.
Uh. No, you are not missing anyone aside from Rose. And Rose is in the audience with you. As far as I'm aware.
Surprise, Rose is somewhere in the
So-
call and we did not notice.
Oh, right! Oh my gosh.
Rose is in the walls.
Yeah, Rose is in the walls!
Rose is in the walls!
She's in the goddamn walls.
Oi! Oi!
Of course they are gonna bully you. Little brothers have the right to bully that big sister.
I've never officially been given a role, so I don't know where the fuck I stand, but oi.
You're somewhere in the family.
I'm somewhere in the family. I didn't think I was the sister role, so good to know. Also,
Oh.
woo!
Love how the
26 months.
donation message was just, oh.
Oh!
Oh.
The stream itself was surprised at the resub. I'm not, but was funny. Kutita.
God.
Kutita. As you
God.
guys, yeah, as you guys can see, we're not exactly sane.
When were we ever?
Can you blame us? Can you blame us after the last fucking session of this game?
Nah, you're right. I put the bar too low. That's on me.
I have fear and dread coursing through my veins.
And anger.
Fear, dread, and fury.
Fear, dread, and fury. Or should be fear, fury, and dread. Trying to
Fear,
figure out
dread,
what-
and fury sounds better.
How about fear, dread, and rage?
Could work. No, he's not up on the shelf. He's somewhere.
It's a best.
Yes, he's doing the sleepy.
Birds fly. There's a land that I've heard of once in a lullaby.
Hey, got my little worker up a little bit. Awesome.
Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue. And the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true.
I agree with Silver. Lovely singing there.
I can't help that it's a song that I've heard for a very long time.
I know. And
It's a goddamn classic.
Ian, what I'm eating is minced meat with macaroni.
Mäkkihöperö!
You made me jump!
It's my favorite food! It's my favorite comfort food! Shut up! Leave me alone!
You can have that comfort food! Just Christ on a bike, my poor heart!
This is honestly the best batch of this that I've made in a long while.
Hey,
It is
nice.
so good. It is so good. I
Yeah,
love it. Like I said, it's my comfort food.
It is a very, that kind of a meal is a very, very, very easy thing to do. There's actually something very similar called fideo. But it's a little bit more like a soup, but it's still got the same vibes.
Yeah.
And you use vermicelli noodles instead of the elbow macaroni. Excuse me.
But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Mäkkihöperö in Finnish means cabin fever.
Okay.
The name comes because it's such an easy food to make, because you just need to fry some mincemeat on the pan and boil some macaroni, toss in some onion, bada bing bada boom. That's the easiest, simplest way of doing it.
No. Finish with 2 N's is correct.
Yeah. Finnish versus Finisher.
Like, Finland only has 1 N. It's 2 N's when it comes to the language or talking about the culture and such.
Yes. And when you get past the goalpost, that is Finnish.
Rose.
Between, make me into a carpenter.
Rose, I'm collaring you and we're going to go try foods.
Noid, I need you to understand, you make me so fucking hungry. I can't go to the store to get myself any mincemeat though. I am so angry now. Ah!
The only thing
I'm
that's
so sorry,
missing from my Mäkkihöperö is the onion.
The onion is usually just mixed in with...
Rhyme.
Yeah, you're supposed to just mince the onion in with the mincemeat and... Bada-bing, bada-bing.
Oh yeah, like meat and using the onion to help tenderize and flavor the meat is a time-honored tradition across multiple different cuisines.
Yee.
So yeah, you get the onion starting to, so you start to caramelize the onions slightly, but you want to at the very least get them to a little bit of a golden color, and then you add in the meat and you get all those juices in there, and after that's done, you have the seasoning in there while the meat cooks. Then you add in the accoutrements.
Yee.
Lamp.
Fuck me the pasta!
No, not eat you, God.
Ruined good pasta like that.
Pasta! Lamp!
I,
The pasta was definitely intentional. That one, I'm sure of.
oh yeah. Yeah, pasta was intentional. Jesus.
I'm more or less just
Excuse
repeating
me.
funny words like you've seen in the chat. We're
I
feigning Brian
apologize.
today, apparently.
I did not mean to get so loud. It just, Jesus Christ, that surprised the crap out of me.
Oop, Jesus, that one was whack. Jesus, stop flashing, you fuck. There we
Flash
go.
is harder.
No,
Dogie.
do not do that.
Dogie.
Especially on stream.
Too bad, I'm playing on Junior right now.
Oh my god.
Apparently, Silver is Brian's favorite restaurant.
Hmm. I mean, you keep serving him. I don't know what to tell you.
Let's try to continue on with the investigation, shall we?
What investigation? You mean the travesty?
That too.
Oh god. Did we look at the bookshelf?
No, we have not. I'm just looking around at the stuff that I don't remember if I've looked at yet. Alright, so this area, these guys are the only ones that I haven't looked at yet.
Okie doke.
The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way.
And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well.
Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked and everything mown down at once.
I wonder if... Perhaps was Cosmo-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think?
Where's your bracelet?
Susato!
Seriously doubt it.
Then perhaps... It was you, Naruto-san, in a fit of rage.
I broke character. I'm so sorry. God.
You're,
Susato, I swear to God.
you're fine. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Did the way things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder?
Signs of a struggle?
Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess.
Susato, that's messing with the evidence! Anyway.
Susato!
Unfortunately, it's not like we could stop her.
Books are missing, potentially.
These are the rules of passage for travel abroad the SS Buria.
What do you...
It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
Side eyes the katana.
What? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking.
Are you actually thinking?
Don't hurt yourself, Susato!
Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet?
Pet.
I can't decide. And
Well-
my suffering.
Well, one thing's for sure, either way I wasn't supposed to be in here. But it's technically not an incorrect inquiry.
I'm in pain.
when I went for help and the crewman forced the door open. This bolt had been firmly closed.
It's quite a small bolt and not particularly sturdy. And it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get it in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder why everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across from the outside the room in a situation like this.
I've actually read about something like that.
Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself.
And yet you have no brain.
But the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There'll be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid.
She glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. Oh, look over there.
The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he?
That's what I thought.
Why don't we try talking to him?
Oh, hey,
I see
my
it.
turn.
No, not yet. Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try. Hello, good familiar looking sir. Is that...
Is something wrong, Naruto-san?
Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. Can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before.
Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar.
Oh no.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes? What can I do for
Oh,
you?
God damn it. I know who it is.
It's you!
I knew it!
I recognize
He's
that face.
undercover again?
But it can't be.
God damn it.
It is!
I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga.
Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped.
Nearly stopped, I hope.
God. Susato.
I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again?
You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector.
If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask.
Yes, at least someone's on our side.
I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation.
Got fried from being a waiter?
Up. Rose. God, no, the brain cells are plenty today.
I'm gonna read this before it accidentally skips over. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? It didn't get skipped over.
Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew?
Susato, he just explained that.
I'm so sorry. Hmm? This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard.
Ah, shit.
It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said that we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated?
Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew.
I see.
And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board. From morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here in the first class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize.
God damn. Hosanagi, you are a breath of fresh air, and I want to hug you right now.
You're a little
Inspector,
bit dumb, but we like you.
sir, if there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word.
He's so goddamn earnest. I appreciate this so much. He may not be the brightest bulb, but god damn is his earnestness just admirable.
Yes,
I know, right?
we're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not!
We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door.
Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive.
What do you mean?
If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to.
Osanaga!
But I don't see how.
Osanaga will love you in this household.
There may be a way.
What? Really?
Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san. By presenting me with a piece of evidence you already had in your possession.
Evidence?
It's just the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select what you want to use as your evidence. And hand it to Inspector Hosonaga to use it.
So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain.
It's the mention of the band, isn't it?
Probably is. Back and there. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary.
Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary.
Strange. In what way?
He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band. That is strange. Yes, and we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it?
You're very astute, Inspector.
That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. And that's right. So if we could investigate there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Right then? I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you.
Really? You're willing to do that?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all,
Osanaga!
I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do.
No, Osanaga! You better be okay, goddammit.
Thank you.
Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Let's move to the grill and we can leave this cabin at last.
Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out.
Yeah, if he dies, we absolutely riot.
To the passageway! 9th of January, 7:48 a.m. SS Buria First Class Cabin Passageway.
What I want to know is what that's on the floor.
I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation.
Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in Steerage.
Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch. He looks enormous, even if he is sitting down.
The door next to him leads to second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure no one comes in here who shouldn't.
I suppose. Like people in handcuffs.
Oh my god.
Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd been used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already.
He's been in a wardrobe!
Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Cosmo's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe.
It must have been a very trying time for you.
Please don't give me that pitying look. Feels disingenuous coming from you. Eh.
I know.
And
That's
you
a-
haven't earned the right to pity me.
That's a huge book on top of the shelf there. And there's a pen next to it. Fire.
Give me 1 second. I apologize. I had to look away.
Okay.
Yes, that looks like the ship's log.
Shall we have a little look through it?
The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded.
Wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting.
Rude.
And nothing. No reaction at all. Thought he might appreciate the compliment.
He's got the mother of all stone faces, apparently.
I mean, look at him. He looks so very done with everyone's shit.
I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment now, Hodo-san, even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank.
Presumably there was nothing to... That means there was nothing to report. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look.
The Borea is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering.
Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... How is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruto-san.
It is?
Well, consider the Japanese archipelago.
The islands of Japan?
Where are you going with this?
Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than this ship.
But they've got an anchoring point. You know what? I'm not gonna... Now, there are floating islands. There are floating islands that exist. That is totally a thing. But it's also a huge body of water that they're sitting in, and there's a lot that goes into... Anyway. Okay.
But
And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them.
Well, I suppose so.
It's because the density is not greater than what the ocean can support. There's a bunch of engineering that goes into that. Anyway.
Ah, a trap for catching mice.
I thought that's what it was.
Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait.
Let me see. Yes, I think that's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows.
Cheese? Wonder what that tastes like.
You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Susato.
Really? But... I suppose you're right.
Rinosuke!
he wins the cheese.
Rinosuke, are you a mouse? Anyway.
You weren't actually
Considering
going to try it, were you?
how he got in here, yes, I would imagine he's a mouse.
It's a fucking mouse. Okay, now I need this. Now I need a picture of him as like
Mouse
a
ears.
fucking the Great Mouse Detective-esque. Anyway,
You weren't actually going to try it, were you?
All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe.
Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later.
I don't trust you.
What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it?
it's a bell.
That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it.
Oh, an alarm.
It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop.
Oh.
What are you doing that, Holo-san? You mustn't touch it.
Yeah,
She
let me-
just told you.
He just said, "Oh, this I have to see."
Ryunosuke, you're already in cuffs, my dude. Sorry, I have to get a look. If I'm giving Susato shit, I'm going to give him shit for the really stupid. Like that is beyond. Ryunosuke.
Very understandable. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs.
Oh my god.
I love this idiot.
You know full well that's not what the alarm is for.
Oh, now you have brain cells.
If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason,
You'd be in an even worse situation. Yeah, Ryunosuke, how the fuck is Susato, who has clearly been suffering from oxygen deprivation or something in her cabin, how the fuck is she able to see that and you don't even consider that, my dude?
That's because he has the guy brain suddenly. It's like, oh, this is how I stop the big thing. You get boys be boys.
Oh, God.
This is
gotta
boys
get
be
thrown-
boys moment.
He's going to get thrown by her again, and this time it's kind of justified.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure. I'm just explaining his brain.
I wish everything would just stop, the ship included.
if you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect everyone else.
Dude, I didn't mean to press that again.
God.
Let me just skip through this real quick. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin.
Not our cabin. It's Cosmos-sama's.
It's definitely our cabin. We're on a Russian ship after all.
Our cabin.
Oh my god.
Our cabin, not yours. Oh,
If I could move myself right now, I would.
where do you want to move to?
I'd be bonking your head. That's what
which
I'd be
ones?
doing.
Dunk, 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 dunk.
There you go.
The
You know
Pharaoh
what
has
you
gone
did.
feral.
Yes. You know what you did.
It's their cabin for the friendship romance adventure they were on.
Don't, please, no. It's become a fucking tragedy, which makes me so angry.
Do not make me ship them now. Do not make me ship them. Ah, too late.
Well, one of
They're
them
on
is
the ship.
dead already.
Angst potential!
Look what's been started! No!
Alright.
Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin.
Wow.
You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I'd have been calling home.
Call her out! Call her ass out!
These cabins are the finest on the ship.
Hold on. We ship it. We literally ship it because they're on a ship. Yeah!
Oh god. Okay, I'm sorry for this, guys. And now Cosm is being shipped straight to the afterlife.
My own cabin is steerage is number 539, by the way.
500 and... How many cabins are there?
There's the cabin. There's the bitch.
This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to.
Yes, the ventilator from which Cosmo-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging.
Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask.
Nope. His tummy, the shirt, it doesn't fit.
Oh, excuse me, we, need to get inside this cabin here.
Those striations, though.
You're making it really easy to voice act you, my dude.
This sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out.
That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective.
It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass.
That's a problem.
Go talk to him.
Excuse me, but could I ask you something?
You? You let a stowaway murderer? I can't do the accent right now. I am sorry.
It's fine.
You're fine.
That wasn't a good start, was it?
Alright, let me try instead.
Yeah, that hurt.
Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you?
You let a third-class ladies' maid?
Goddamn.
Oh,
He seemed to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san.
I'm not a sailor! My mother gave me name! I am senior crewman. Beep.
Oh my god!
Good old beef stroganoff.
Beef stroganoff. Goddamn it, Phoenix Wright. And your goddamn name is
Good old beef.
Biff.
Good old
Biff.
Biff Stroganoff. The best thing is to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, about this first-class cabin area.
Here we are in the finest part of Pyria Streamship. For very important persons. I'm getting the accent down, goddammit!
It's fine. But sort of
We believe in
very
you.
important persons.
Government officials, kings and queens traveling in the secret, many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganoff is not animal.
Thank you?
Thank you, sir.
If I may, I was wondering. Is the cabin next to Mr. Sogi's currently occupied?
Duh!
Hey, we know that.
Susada-san, did you understand that?
It sounded like the. I think it's probably Russian for yes. Or no.
I mean, she doesn't know, to be fair.
Genius.
Thankfully, we know it means yes.
It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation.
Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least.
Yes, it's tantalizing.
Let's ask about last night first. Are you on watch here at all times, Seaman Stroganoff?
Yeah, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in. Or get out.
So we know now that da means yes, which we already knew, but still.
I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all?
It is sad about student boy.
Were you on watch last night as well?
Of course.
And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual?
Niet!
Yet.
Susada-san, did you understand that?
It was clearly a no.
I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all.
And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I see you looking the other way.
Aha! I see that.
Also, I just noticed that his tie is a fish.
His tie is a
I know-
fish. Oh, sorry.
I noticed it earlier on, I just didn't want to say anything.
But also, I'm very curious about the striations going on with him.
Yeah, like, did he fall asleep somewhere, or...
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, that's
I don't got a clue.
noticeable coloring difference.
As far as I'm aware, that's just his character design.
Okay.
I said no!
Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there.
Yup.
Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's?
His name is God damn it, that name. His name is Mr. Grimes P. Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman.
Western gentleman.
Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy.
How can you be so sure about that?
Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands.
God damn, the racism is back out again.
That was harsh.
Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard?
That is not your business.
To think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there.
Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right?
That is not your business.
Hey guys, I've got a theory. I'll
Yes.
keep it to myself.
This is enough. I cannot say more now.
Oh.
It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin.
Yes, alright.
Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobsters whistle on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly.
I kind of like that one when lobsters whistle at the top of the mountain. Like, fair enough.
Yeah. Yes, I understand.
Good. Now we can investigate this area properly. Shall we?
Definitely.
Alright, what did we miss? Map, maybe? Oh,
This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, we've already read this first.
yep.
No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries.
How annoying. What was that? Came from inside the cabin.
Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman.
Stand aside. Stand aside! I'm about to break the door down.
Oh, fuck off, Sholmes.
Hector!
Mr. Sholmes!
I sharply stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off the hinges.
Oh my god, you fucking menace. Okay. Like, I'm grateful in this case, but also fuck you.
Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted.
It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What pray can I kick?
Kick yourself in the balls.
That is such a Jason Moore call!
Honestly, that is kind of a Jason quote. That how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What pray can I kick?
This was a beast! What can I kick?
I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief.
Yeah, somebody's in danger. Go, go, go.
Same day, the first class cabin number 2. You want to take this Dogi or no?
Am I gonna go full Russian again?
Yes.
However you feel.
Who are you?
A Western
Oh,
gentleman?
that's a West! Oh,
This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream.
A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin.
True. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed?
Get out! All of you! Now!
Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe.
Yes, that's me. And you are...
I am the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt.
No.
I am a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the cover of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Man uses that magazine like a business card.
A detective? I do not trust detectives.
We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open that small traveling case?
What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in small trunk like that?
Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk.
Oh my god. Or.
Don't look at me.
Everyone looks at you.
Don't look at me, man.
Oh my! Did you see that, Mr. Nahoru?
Naruhodo.
Sorry. Naruhodo, yeah.
Yes, the case just shook.
Leave now! Otherwise, I'll call this to ward.
So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something.
I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns.
Let's examine
The room. God damn it, Sholmes!
Hector, what are you doing? I refuse to call him Hairlock. I refuse to call him Hairlock. He's Hector now.
Hector Sholmes.
Hector Sholmes. I'm gonna leave him there for the time being because I have more.
What do you think you're doing?
Ah!
This is my cabin. Get out!
Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps?
That's not what I wanted to look at.
No.
What a pity. I think we're out of luck.
I think you're right.
There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do.
I agree, but there may be someone else who could help. Perhaps that great detective could get out somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course.
Resting?
Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service.
I mean, at least he was out of the way.
True.
Agony.
Oh,
And it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually. You're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians.
This is why I hate him. This is why I fucking hate him.
You said a lot of things, but none of the substance.
Do you understand my pain, Dogi?
Yes. I love him, but I also hate him.
Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it?
oh, yes, please.
God damn it, Susato.
Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Uh,
Could this man be more of a hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you?
what?
From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on the account of his dubiousness?
God.
It's kind of funny.
Yep.
I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone.
That's right. And Mr. Schultz. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment.
Shh. I must have complete silence.
God.
What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that?
Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now.
Hmm?
There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions.
What do you mean?
Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not?
Huh!
And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime.
Snap his speakers off!
Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered.
Use the scissors.
Does it
Snip my
not?
snip finger. Ugh!
Oh, Naruto-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Schultz's great deductions with my own eyes!
I hate it here.
This is the first time you've ever heard of it. That
No,
was a
it's not.
great
She's
deduction.
been reading his stories. She's been reading his stories. She knows of him, but this, God, I hate this.
Nothing can deceive Mr. Schultz. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
No.
No.
I'm having a theory, and I don't know how true it is.
What?
Anyways,
What ineffable twaddle.
Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true.
Sato. God damn it, Sato.
I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. This looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right.
how could you?
How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. A great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic 1. Old man's identity. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place, is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you spot. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard.
The facial structure is wrong, my dude.
Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, violent Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. Old man's identity. Conclusion, a revolutionary on the run. Topic 2. Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion. Do not interrupt the train of logic, even if the logic is skewed. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see.
Oh!
And I assure you, the eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare.
No, I refuse.
What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps. One slight enough to fit therein.
A bet. That'd be absurd.
And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de toil betrays you. Betrays you!
Betrays you!
Oh,
I was gonna say, your careless coup de toil betrays you!
Show Wolvis.
I hate
What?
it here.
Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For therein, there is another, most stimulating article. If we turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your
The guy
crime
is actually her.
Your crime
I've
is that of abduction.
I've been thinking it's her from the start, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I didn't know that there was a lady missing until now.
Now you do. And according to
Yes.
the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Conclusion 2. Kidnapping of a young ballerina. These are the 2 topics and the 2 conclusions. Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky. Susata-san, this wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it?
Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we've had the same discussion before, but... these 2 men look nothing alike each other.
Thank you.
Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance.
That's not the word!
In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Warlord does look more like this man than you do.
Yeah, but he's already made that mistake now twice. Please, Susato, reclaim your brain. It feels like you're starting to. Please, God. Anyway.
That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard.
Oh, God.
Have you tried?
Rudowski, no!
I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she?
You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15.
Then there's no goddamn way.
No, I didn't know. How could I?
Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her will be poking out from...
Susato.
I mean, that was actually a kind of funny line, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It is, but also, God damn it.
Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case.
No. Even the greatest of contortions would not be able to fit in a case that small.
Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes.
Never meet your heroes. She is... Oh, God.
She looks
I
so
hope she gets thoroughly
disappointed.
Yeah, I hope she gets thoroughly disillusioned, honestly. I really do.
Ugh, this whole thing is turning into a circus.
Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes get to the heart of the matter almost instantly. God, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break. I just,
It's okay,
No.
I broke too.
It's just where he directs his intention and his logic that seem a little off.
Okay, so what she's saying is he notices something. It's just,
He doesn't
doesn't
know how
handle
to logic it.
yeah.
His autism catches on. His ADHD veers it off.
Wow, do not do them dirty that way. Damn. Damn. Damn.
I mean, am I wrong?
You're not. Look, one circle is going at the steady pace, the other one decided to have zoomies.
Yes.
Exactly.
God.
Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato.
It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down.
No! It's not just one or two keywords.
So I was wondering if you might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think?
Switch some key words in his deductions.
Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Rose has a headcanon that seems to be pretty spot on, honestly.
Oh?
Yeah, no, I think Wilson was
Well-
able to do that.
Yeah, Wilson kept him in line so he didn't go off the rails.
So what are you saying there? Sholmes need his Wilson.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure even the actual Sherlock Holmes needs the Watson in order to keep his train of logic on the actual proper course instead of just veering severely off to the right and right back towards the start. And past the start towards destination fuck off. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind.
What?
This man is a lot of work.
Yeah.
At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me.
I'm afraid to ask if that's self-awareness because I don't think it is.
I want his outfit. I've been thinking this whole time, but I want his outfit. I'm still.
We're gonna take it and we're gonna give it to you because you can make better deductions than he can.
It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists?
Where are your handcuffs?
Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction.
Thank you.
I don't believe
That's
it.
a good thing he's done.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel.
No, he's not.
He's a criminal.
And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we're finished. Not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh, Christ. Where we have to go and edit the shit out of your stuff.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So, Dougie won't have to read the lines again on his end, but I will read mine again.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm in middle of eating.
Yeah. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott. Obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now, we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you spot.
See, every time I saw the question marks, I'm like, okay, that's where he's wrong. Like, that's
Yep.
an obvious. So, okay, I'm glad that I was picking up on that.
Yep, the question marks
I'm
are
not
the...
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard?
Yeah, so whenever question marks pop up, that's when the logic is a little off. I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though. What?
It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either.
Which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong.
Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps matters.
Alright, but how?
I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott.
I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on.
Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholm's deduction better,
Then what?
then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san.
Why am I the one to do something about this?
Because you're the main
Well-
character.
Exactly. Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could even use to switch around in that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Hello there.
Yep.
Oh!
What the? What's this?
It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks.
No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair?
Because it's a wig.
Oh, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising.
Susato, you're killing me with having to read your lines.
Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
Oh my god. Ryunosuke.
You were on the verge of using the shears.
Hector.
You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose.
Hector.
Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman, and judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth.
Oh no. If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected.
The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary, not that. Oh, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Sorry?
You look like in your element as you dance around the room deducing facts of Mr. Scholes.
Oh no!
It's actually
No!
happening!
New ship?
No!
New
No!
ship?
No! I refuse. I
Chat,
will yeet
do we-
myself out of this call.
Chat, do we have a new ship? Do we have a new
No!
ship?
No!
I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business.
Do we have a new ship?
No.
Oh, you're ruining my fun.
At least I'm pretty sure that this is not a new ship.
Yes, I understand. Say no more.
Not strictly. Okay. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now.
No, that's true, given Mr. Roylott is actually a woman.
Exactly. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary.
However,
I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now.
Yes.
Let's switch this evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them.
For some reason, this woman needed to try and hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. It is the article about the ballerina.
Yes!
The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova.
Ah!
And now we can switch voice actors.
ah, fuck.
You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg of you, don't tell anyone.
A ballerina on the run. Topic
How's
1
that voice for her?
solved. Sounds good.
Okay.
Also, the music switched up.
Mhm.
Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime, over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case is incorrect. This woman is the ballerina. She's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well.
Mhm.
No, that's right. It seems that she wasn't abducted at all.
In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing?
Theft?
I can
Or
see I'm...
smuggling a pet?
Yep, I see. I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again.
You seem to look pleased, Naruto-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Schultz?
She's interested.
Stop it.
That doesn't mean I do. And he's just like, no. I deny this.
Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. It's not the traveling case. Aha! The tiara. Wow. Look at this dazzling tiara.
I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, you think? Oh, Naruto-san, try it on.
No.
What?
Contain yourself.
Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on?
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful.
Okay.
And Naruhodo, and you want Naruhodo to wear it.
Naruhodo is the prettiest little lady.
Look, she's saying apparently he's got a pleasing appearance. I mean, he doesn't look bad, to be fair. He doesn't.
Just
But
a bit
also-
dense.
Susato, look, I know I've had a problem with you, but don't put yourself down. Like, not for your appearance.
What is this
That
tiara
is like the
look
one.
familiar?
Sorry.
It's all good. I feel like I've seen it somewhere recently.
Yeah.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, a crime you have committed is theft.
Oh no.
Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you.
Ah! I have no family, no friends. I am all alone. And I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from... How do you say? An earl of Prussia. It belongs to me.
This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely.
Right. I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now.
Come, come, let us not be hasty.
What?
There remains one unsolved mystery about you.
Mystery? What do you mean?
You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova?
There's a bet, there's a bet, there's a bet, there's a bet.
My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea to the contents of your case, even before I had ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Betrays you.
Between again!
Yes, again, it's very hard to go from Kudual to betrays with that accent.
You're careless. Kudual betrays you.
Well, you're much more eloquent than me.
Oi.
Once again, we need
Who's
only...
the one who's multilingual? That would be you, sir. Anyway.
Ei sillä ole mitään väliä. Shh.
My point! My point exactly!
Hei joo, tuliko?
Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now.
I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changed circumstances, don't you?
So, to catch you up on what you've missed, Silver, we have deduced that the Mister was actually a miss. It is Nikolina Pavlova from the Novovich Ballet. She is running away, and she was apparently gifted the tiara that she, by our deduction, has stolen. And now, we are trying to figure out what is in the case that she has so staunchly refused to open for us.
My pet, it's a pet.
Mm-hmm. I have an idea of what kind of pet it is too, but we'll see if I'm right.
Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely.
Oh, do you think so?
Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her.
Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself.
Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area, if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn.
I agree. That's the only answer.
Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase.
It's a sign.
These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the Espuria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
There was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules.
Oh dear! I'm sure the punishment will be severe now, Luro-san. You'll probably be left adrift in the freezing cold ocean.
Goddamn.
Or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days like this.
So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I?
God.
Well, of course, pets are not allowed.
I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
I'm so sorry.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move of its own accord. Which leaves us but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case, is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rule of passage. A pet.
Ah!
And thus we've come to the end of the train of logic. Possession of a prohibited animal. Topic 2 solved. And thus deduction complete. Elementary. And yes, this will most likely be a recurring mechanic.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Okay.
Hopefully he'll get a little bit better over time.
We shall see. I have only ever made it to the start of the 3rd chapter of this game. I have not progressed any further. So, beyond the start of the next chapter, I will be completely in the dark. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were.
No, I am not Grimsby Roland. My real name is Nikolana Pavlova. Everything you said was correct.
You absconded during one of your ballet's company performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel. Which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tickling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally.
You mean tinkling, right?
I can't pronounce properly. Shh.
No, it's just the tickling of a bell. I'm sorry, that should not crack me up as much as it does.
Well,
It's
we're
tickling
hearing
a bell.
we're hearing one right now.
Oh, shut up! It's not even close.
More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me.
I mean, yeah, it means that she's able to belt out one hell of a scream. Jesus.
Yeah.
I was so scared when I went away in Shanghai. I was sure that they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to... how do you say, disgust myself? So no one would recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable man. I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't...
Oh god, I started going into Scottish. No.
I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and...
At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door.
Sholmes.
You really wanted to kick something?
Yes, he really wanted to
Kick yourself in the fucking dick! Anyway.
Yeah, the question is, why did she run away? But at the moment, we are clueless. There's some garden shears there. Oh, no. No, that would be too cruel. That is too cruel.
Also, that's not how you spell shears. Oh, fuck me. I meant... Fuck it. Look, I'm recovering from the hell that I've had to help voice. Please.
You're fine.
Look, anyway.
Things happen like that sometimes, don't they?
Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Those two have been talking about the same thing.
There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You are right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew,
Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night.
yes, all right, I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruto, wasn't it something? Wasn't it something? Mr. Sholmes' great deduction.
Was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrists. My...
There they are.
Ah, your hands are cuffed again.
What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When? And why?
There's still... God damn it. There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto.
But let me try that again, please.
Yep.
I'm gonna drink some water real quick because I think my mouth is just dry.
Silver, you
There's
cannot...
still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruto. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment.
Yes, Silver, you cannot deny the fact that Naruhodo is still technically the guiltiest party out of the whole lot here. So, it is not
He
unreasonable.
was a stowaway. That has been proven. That is incontrovertible.
Yes, that, and as of this moment, since it hasn't been proven, technically otherwise, he is still the biggest suspect in the murder case. Can't it? Really?
Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was.
Yeah, let's just converse. Actually, I want to examine that bookshelf because it is also fallen over.
It's possible that there could have been rough seas the previous night.
Don't touch!
Huh?
I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. What do you say? Forbid it!
Oh, sorry. As well you should be, young man. How about vulgar manners you have?
Oh, you did not just. Not when you were crawling over the deceased's room like a fucking gremlin. Don't you dare.
Poking around in a young lady's private belongings? Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite.
Exactly.
Fine. We'll just converse. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night?
One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast.
The man who died.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, this is Ryunosuke's line.
Yeah, my brain, I was looking at the text box and not the top label. My apologies.
It's fine. The man who died. It was a friend of mine.
Oh,
And that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night?
perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking?
Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded.
Throw me at him.
Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened.
This man is trying all our patience.
Ahem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me.
Oh, I see. You've ran away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet?
Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything but the ballet. I will start a new life.
Goddamn.
You wish to forget? A challenging proposition when you have that striking tiara as a reminder.
But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world.
Goddamn.
I had to run away. I had no choice. If I had stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of this ship, they've all been very kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin.
If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum.
Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto?
Oh my god. Why does his name have to trip up my tongue?
Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose your riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you've come to be on board? Come to be aboard.
Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It's just after we asked them about when the occupant of the cabin came on board.
Small doggy cameo.
Ah, that is not your business. Sorry, I was fishing.
It's all good. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something.
An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage.
Sorry? What was that?
It is how the Russian newspapers describe one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel.
Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid.
Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. Oh my god.
Not to the same degree as Sholmes is, apparently.
No!
A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement to the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact.
You. God! Damn it, Hector!
You're also calling me Hector!
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. So the friend you mentioned is inside your troubling case, is that right?
I don't think animals are allowed on board, according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious...
Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes.
But what sort of pet is a friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it?
Nope, not a puppy. Maybe an adorable little rabbit. Nope. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh. Don't they have small rabbits there, then? You may well ask. I have no idea.
Hector!
You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerinas' friends.
Hector.
Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! It must be a chicken!
Obviously!
Really?
Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance.
Hector!
So you'd eat your friends. I'll remember that.
We're not getting stuck anywhere with you. You're gonna resort to cannibalism.
It is definitely not a chicken. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed.
I have a feeling.
Let it be a kitty cat.
She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it.
Oh boy, what are we presenting?
Maybe the entry about the speckled band. This is the diary of my friend who passed away.
His diary?
Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
A speckled band? I don't understand.
It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall.
In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything.
Oh.
Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Oh, fuck! Yes, but...
Wow, she's fast.
Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright, I will come now.
What?
You must leave. Now.
Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us.
Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Royland.
Get out! The passenger said out! Or do you want me to throw you out?
It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later.
What a pity.
And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside.
Damn.
Yes, I would definitely like to save the current progress.
Please don't make us go through it again.
There's a third possible house in the in front Imperium. I am gonna go check it out. Please speak
Fingers
with one.
crossed.
Oh boy. Same day in the cabin passageway.
I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that.
I wish we'd managed to find some clues as to what that speckled band might be.
We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to do for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door.
He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute.
What is it?
Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where'd he go?
Oh yes! He's completely disappeared.
When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Well, there's not really much we could do in here, so I suppose we gotta move back to, Kazuma's cabin. Check back in here. It looks like they're still investigating in here.
Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed.
God, I hope so.
What do you mean, unscathed?
Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you.
Oh. Yes. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Ah, you're back. Inspector!
What happened to you? Your face is...
Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches.
Hold on. I gotta drink some more water, but
Maybe by a
No.
bear, maybe. Made by a bear, maybe. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fists and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to.
Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin.
Yes, so I understand.
Oh,
I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago.
god damn it.
I think his name was something like Herlock Scholz. I don't think he was German, though.
Hector.
Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that, graceful
he's
angel?
a ballet fan! I love that.
Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go crowd committing crimes, do they?
Oh my god.
Oops. Now I've definitely upset him.
Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful?
If I'm honest, there is very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. Excuse me. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job.
Oh, I see.
Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what?
Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please.
What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report.
Yes!
Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report?
Give us the postmortem.
Kazuma-sama.
So, what's the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report.
Okay, so damage to the neck.
His neck was broken?
Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in the system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object. Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see.
There's not many blunt objects that wouldn't leave a mark.
All of the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound will be left.
Or Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really?
Oh, thank you.
Are you
Bless
sure?
you.
Yes,
Hosanada,
it's
you are a
fine.
real one. Ah, look at that smile!
Yes, it's
Oh,
fine.
no!
I trust you.
The smile! Okay. Captain, we're gonna have words with the captain.
I mean, he
How
is
dare
trying to
you
run a
beat him
tight
up.
ship here.
Angry.
After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah.
Mhm.
The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Let me read through it real quick. Male, Far Eastern, time of death, sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m.
We know it had to have been after 1:35.
Yeah.
Because that was the last entry in his diary.
Yep. Cause of death. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. The victim's neck was almost certainly broken as a result of a strong blow to the area. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. This little bit of text here is very relevant.
I'm looking at that instant death. He would not have been able to write that message, which is what we all suspected.
Yes. If he indeed suffered instant death, that message is impossible, which means it was written by someone else. Someone who is
Who knows
Russian,
Russian.
clearly.
Or at the very least knows Russian and wanted to make it look like...
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he?
Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored.
The ADHD. It was not satisfied.
Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish!" was all he said. Shoe polish? What it really meant? That brown stain. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see?
Shoe polish, you say?
Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, you think?
Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san?
Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue.
Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then.
Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him.
Oh. Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffled on the floor? The mark on the floor and the glass object has been added to the court record. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you.
Poor Inspector, you look exhausted.
Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing, too.
Interesting.
Very.
And they're the only ones who seem to have had those headaches. Right?
So far, it does seem that only Naruhodo, Susato, and Osanaga have had the heavy heads.
Wait, Susato said she did?
Yeah? Well, she hasn't said it, but her expressions have implied that she might have been suffering similar.
That's... Interesting.
So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin.
Yes, that's right.
And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it.
If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it. But she seemed as baffled as we are.
Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though.
I'm not sure.
I know most people abroad would say the same about me, but... there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. So it's clear that these letters were written in with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe.
It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there.
But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think?
Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word in Russian.
Which begs the question of who did write it. And this is where Kazuma spent his final moments, writing his diary.
1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone.
Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue with these words. I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery now, Naruto-san.
We will. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf.
They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember.
Oh, yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you?
You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage.
But it really wasn't me who knocked them over.
Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy.
God. So, I think that there was a storm or something that caused all of the books to shift like that. That's my guess, but I could be wrong.
And all of everything else to be thrown onto the floor.
But the only problem with that is we didn't notice any kind of other disarray in Nicolina's room.
Yes, we only really noticed that the bookshelf was in as much of a disarray as the ones in here.
Correct. So confused I am. Anyway.
It really is such a beautiful color, this glass.
It looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen.
And then there's the brick-colored mark.
Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about.
I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes.
Maybe. But what I'd like to know is, how could the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else?
Because he's a great detective, of course.
No.
That's hardly a reason, is it? How he figured it out is thanks to whatever chemical kit he has with him that we saw in that one cutscene. Do you want to
Oh,
voice?
great, I was muted.
Yeah, you're fine.
You! Where did you go?
Oh, sorry. I just went to the next door cabin to investigate.
Why? Who gave you permission for this?
Well, I mean, Seaman Hosonaga did.
That new Japanese, was it? Later, we will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room.
No!
Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door.
I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account.
He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, he feels responsible for poor Kazuma.
When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival.
Oh god. That first place.
That could be a very long time from now in that Hula song.
Only the other thing I can investigate is the rules on the wall, again. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria.
Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden.
So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules.
She called it her friend, didn't she?
Yes. Although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet.
I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin.
A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think.
Also, cannot bring weapons or the dangerous objects. Stares at the fucking katana. How did that... Where was he hiding that? It seems weird that it's just out and about, you know?
He wasn't hiding it, he was carrying it in broad daylight. And I believe it was something that was specifically discussed with the captain. Alright, let's check back on the hallway.
Look, Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone.
Strong enough?
The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us.
All the Russian names are impossible to remember. I don't remember who this is.
I'm pretty sure it's Nicolina.
Tra-la-la.
Did you hear that? Sounded like someone singing.
Tra-la-la-dee-la-la-lay.
Nope.
Oh god damn it. It is. It is. What's his name?
Ra-la-la, I did it the great detective way.
This caroling. I know that lock-like voice.
Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us.
Yes, you're right. We must seize it.
Welcome back, Rose.
Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate.
Definitely. Before that stringy Nod crewman comes back.
It's stroganoff, not stringy nuts.
Someone's opened the case.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Pavlova isn't back yet.
The wardrobe now has items in it.
Yep. Susata-san. Oh. Where's she gone? Hey! What are you doing? Those are private things.
There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can.
I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake.
Not just for Kazuma-sama.
What do you mean?
It can't be long until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there.
Really?
We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to.
Yes, we will.
That
Took long enough.
I know. I'm just over here, just like I didn't really like. Anyway, I'll be quiet. I think I'm just being picky.
It's fine. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's not drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside.
Yes, it's not particularly heavy duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it?
No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside.
And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use a method of, you told me, of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either.
Seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. Starting to see what I suspect me.
Also, that trick with the locking of a door and everything, I saw that in a Detective Conan episode.
Neat.
Yeah.
All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one.
Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though.
It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin.
Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase.
I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company?
Alright then. You must have...
I need a moment.
This is completely untrue.
I'm gonna go
This
get
is what I
myself a
mean
tea.
about the writer! This is what I mean about the writers, too!
Nope, I refuse this. I'm gonna go get myself tea. Nope. Nope.
Please tell me that I'm not just seeing things.
I'm
There
leaving
was
you. I'm not leaving you.
progress?
You have to deal with this on your own.
Fuck you too, Dogi. So please tell me I'm not the only one seeing this. That there was progress of we need to solve this. But she immediately goes to, okay, it had to be your fault. Like, pick a lane! Do you think he did it or not? Okay, I have to. I apologize. But holy shit.
Okay.
I was abandoned. What do you think?
I just went to get more Pepsi.
God damn it, I came back and I have to still with this.
Yes.
Nope, I refuse. Where's my water?
I'm going to not read it out of spite. You know that, right?
He's not. He doesn't have his headphones on.
I'm just gonna watch my screen all the way until it moves forward.
You
I'm joking,
bastard.
I'm actually getting myself painkillers, my fucking
Okay.
buddy. Please, attacking me.
But please tell me that I'm not seeing things that
You're saying
does,
something
does
I
anyone
can't
else does anyone else see or feel like she is just constantly shifting back and forth? Like
If I
it
got
doesn't feel
fired,
cohesive.
And Fire is apologizing for me not being able to hear you. I'm joking. Fucking pain getting into my head.
You're not the only one, Fire.
Okay. I basically made the point that it feel like I was trying to say, hey, does anyone else feel like she's just shifting back and forth with no like cohesive journey, I suppose, as a character?
Yeah. She's a seesaw.
God, but it's just like it's that is a writing flaw. Like that is writing. That is the writing. That is I'm like, no, it's not the character, it's the writing. Stares at the writers. What the fuck are you doing? Anyway,
Are we adopting another one?
I will fucking adopt Susato. She deserves better. I can understand initially being just like, look, it looks really bad, and I'm gonna need you to be upfront with me right now. But as soon as it's been clear that he is doing everything he can to find out what actually happened, been like, okay, like the line about not just for Kazuma, that felt like it should have been the end of any kind of suspicion on her part, and we should just move along, you know?
Hmm.
So this, unless this is a joke, which I doubt it is.
Isn't this repeated line? Like, I have a feeling that we saw this line already.
Yes.
Yes, it's the exact same one as with the other room. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them over in a fit of rage?
Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know?
You see what I mean? Like, I'm so mad. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight in here, again in here too. I don't like seeing things that are right. Do not touch!
Touches, anyway.
Someone stop this woman. Please.
This woman has no fucking chill. I'm gonna go get my tea.
No. Also, this has been bugging me. There's something on the floor.
I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. It's to drink or bathe for the pet. I guarantee you.
Hmm.
Can't get enough.
Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like was put there deliberately.
Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? No.
What? A leak?
Susato! Is the ship quite safe?
I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship's gonna sink.
No, you're right. Of course you're right.
She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she?
Is she scared of drowning?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably.
It would seem this teapot is empty.
So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people.
Oh, my god. Do not pick up Hector's habits! Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. Rinosuke!
I mean, I'm a very thirsty person, so
Wait, that's Sato saying it.
I mean, it could be either.
But I'm just...
feels worth the tea doesn't last me for long.
It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it.
Rinosuke!
You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket.
Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away?
Naruhodo-san! It's poetic to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know.
Those eyes. He's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now.
Make up your mind!
However, these are special circumstances, I think.
Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all.
Oh, well, that's a little disappointing.
Let's see about the desk. There are a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it.
Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all.
That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read.
Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading.
Books written in Russian. I knew that's what she was gonna say. I knew it.
Yeah. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that.
It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that.
I kindly do the same. Anyway, the case has been opened.
Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is opened.
It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there.
Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret.
Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the Sesburia. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? That is the question.
Naruhodo-san, are you there?
Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why?
Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe, but I wasn't looking. There's no place like
We're never letting that man live that down, huh?
No. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know?
Are you quite sure? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes.
I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door.
Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room.
Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm.
Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning.
That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin, too. Look. Aburia's rules of passage. Yada yada yada.
I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean.
I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine.
I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard.
Oh, yes. So do I. And I think the last thing I can investigate here is the bell. The bell string, I mean. Yeah.
Not pull it, Naruto, though.
There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too.
Yes, it's a bell cord.
I can't. No, Susanoo, no.
She barely hesitated there. And she gave it a good tug, too.
No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come.
We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate a secret!
I know. Susanoo, what the fuck?
Alright, I've investigated just about everywhere in here that I can. And thusly we move back to the passageway because there's honestly nothing we can do in there. And now to see what the hell you're on about.
Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look.
Wow. You never know where he's going to turn up next, do you?
He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself.
Tra-la-la-li-ra-li-ra-li. I did it the great detective way.
I hate it here.
He's still singing. You think he hasn't noticed us?
Or he's simply in extremely high spirits.
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, where there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me. I sold it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Holmes! Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Hmm?
God damn it.
Do you even know how to fight?
Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish! Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks!
Ah,
The way
yes.
He's just spinning his hands around like that.
Ah, yes. Herlock Sholmes' famous right hooks.
Hector, please.
Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Excuse me.
You
Give me
okay?
a moment.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you.
Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here.
Oh yes, the ship's log.
And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it.
God damn!
Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes?
Nothing to report.
Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet... the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report.
Which means he wasn't at his post.
Do you mean?
Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post.
What kind of circumstances? What happened?
That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. I love how he refers to the court record as the mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes. Brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourselves. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. It was the chicken.
Yeah?
He's still singing to himself.
Okay, wait a minute, hold on. He said that Oh, no. Cosma didn't like chicken, so that's right, he ate the chicken. So yeah, if... Huh.
Ryunosuke, Susato, presumably, Hosonaga, and now Sholmes have testified that they've had a headache.
This is starting to sound more and more planned.
You can hear it as he wanders off down the hallway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought.
It's just... well, I feel the same.
Sorry?
Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache.
Is that where Brace also went?
Oh no.
A sort of continuous throbbing.
Oh, you too?
We are well past the rule of 3. This is now officially a pattern.
Yep. It is most definitely a pattern. First class cabin number 1. That's our cabin. Yeah, we've already read that. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hasanaga has managed to uncover any new clues.
Yes, we should probably find him and ask.
I was probably technically supposed to read that before going in and asking him.
Oops.
Anyway, let's pop by here. Oh,
Oh, that's the emergency alarm.
Ah! What's that?
shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4. Full stop, hard starboard. All hands brace for impact.
Oh god! Impacting vessel? Oh no!
What the?
I think we're about to crash into another ship.
What? Susan, hold on to me.
I can't stand Susanna, hold on to me! Ah!
Susan, are you alright? Are you injured at all?
I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruto-san.
Looks like we avoided a collision.
I think.
Yes, the ship has come to a stop.
Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt?
No, I'm fine.
Give me a second. Fish.
It's all good.
Wait. The fish is refusing to come up.
Fish!
Fish. Okay. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance.
Oh, that sounds like Inspector Hosonaga.
Oops.
Oh, that was not supposed to be me.
Yes,
It's
and
okay, it's okay.
and I accidentally read Susanto's line.
Hosonaga.
Completely fine.
It's okay.
Let me just reread that line real quickly. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What? The bolt?
Look at that!
The door has been bolted.
The door's bolted.
The door's bolted.
Fuck.
It's all good.
Okay, that's all fine. We just swapped, it's fine.
Did you do that, Susan-san?
No, I didn't touch it.
Well,
My
that's
theory is
strange.
getting credence.
How did... And look at all the books. The book's been knocked over again. They're just like they were before again.
Naruto-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in?
I'd better tidy this place up first.
Okay, but remember that.
Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of that cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart.
Okay. Can we take a couple of minute break real quick?
Yeah, that is completely fine.
All right, I will be right back.
Take this as a bathroom break, a break to rest your throat, get whatever snacks you want or need. I'll return promptly. And I'm back. And now to just wait for Fire to get back. So, how has everyone been enjoying this episode of Great Ace Attorney? Eh?
Susato, where did your brain go?
With the headache, it seemed. That, at the very least, is good. Is a little less rage feeling this time.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
How are y'all doing?
Reading clan comics.
Gotcha.
I am doing alright.
Oh boy. So yeah, I had a feeling, given that it's been described there's been some rough seas, and the fact that both cabins had the bookshelves in disarray, that something could have happened. But yeah, that emergency stop.
That definitely confirmed things.
So I'm wondering if when she awoke, she fixed up her cabin.
Talking about
The thing
Susato?
is,
Talking about
no.
Susato? Okay.
I'm talking about Nicolina. Because at some point between Kazuma's death and the discovery of the body, things were in disarray,
Yup.
right? But it seems like there are a good number of people who would have been so deeply asleep they would not have been woken up even by an emergency stop or severe choppy conditions. So what we need to determine now is if anyone was aware of something like that happening the previous night.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah. Alright. Let us continue. Same day, in Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Susato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt.
You're up, Dogi.
Shut! You! What are you doing, in Miss Pavlova's quarters?
Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, We're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop.
Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew is running everywhere.
This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment.
Oh, I see.
Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside?
You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil!
Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first.
You opened my traveling case, how could you?
What? No, we didn't touch it.
That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector!
Yes?
Arrest this man! I know he did it! He's a criminal! Is it not enough that he has killed a man?
Oh, wow!
Duh! And he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe?
Take him away! He's a trespasser as well as everything else!
Stowing away, trespassing, kill him. She is right, you are devil.
Doesn't look good, does it?
There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we talk in Hong Kong. Then we came straight to police.
Wait, a cell?
Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do?
This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options.
This is terrible.
This is a real crisis. Gotta find a solution. Immediately. Miss Pavlova, can I...
Get out.
Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but
Get out now.
we just need to investigate in here to help understand what happened. Something
I
in
have
Russian.
no idea what she said.
It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Wait, hang on.
Hector!
You can't see it, but
How
I'm
did you?
face palming right now.
I take it back. This is my favorite character right after Horizon.
I hate my life.
He's doing what I would be doing.
Monkey man.
What the... What are you doing up there? Mr. Shaw.
Oh, I see. He's the prettiest lady.
Just because he has some bishy energy does not mean
Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head.
That does not even begin to compare. Oh my god, get that off of your fucking head!
Have I not told you that as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not?
Sholmes, I will end you.
This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it could bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall so full of brag and bounce.
Oh my god, his aggro is still on! Why?
Hector is a tank confirmed.
I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you.
Take that tear off.
I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than the hook on the wall next time.
Thank you, Hosonaga.
What is the report? Speak!
An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally.
Oh god.
What?
Really?
Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case.
Round 2, motherfuckers!
Scream! Bloody murder!
Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we bought the criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it.
Handcuffs doesn't prove it. I didn't do it. Also, that is slightly disorienting to read in chat. The more I hear him speak, the more I wish to huppa yli laidan.
I'm afraid to ask.
It means jump overboard.
But they're very wrongly written out. Please don't mix and match Finnish and English like that. The sentence structures are completely different.
Yes, the sentence structures are completely different. If you're going to translate something to Finnish, do the whole sentence instead of just part of the sentence.
And even then understand that it may not be completely accurate.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or, like one word, like, do you know what it's like to be a sushi in a forest?
Exactly.
It's a little off, but at the same time, it's not that. Anyways.
I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside.
We have an explanation for that now, though.
That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin.
Yes, it's what's called a locker room mystery in detective stories.
Yeah, locked room. That is point.
Hang on. Even
I've just read that. Oh my
the
god.
more Herlock schlongs speak, the more I wish to commit Sudoku. Her luck schlongs.
I did not need that. That's all I meant. That is no.
You know
I
it
did not
exists
need the
somewhere, right?
protector and his schlongs.
Sholmes. Not schlongs. That is.
I know, but I think he wrote that on purpose. Even if schlong is not spelled correctly. I'm pretty sure it has a C in there. I think it's like SCH.
No, that would read very weirdly. It is
I'm
with
pretty sure.
No, SHL reads a bit better.
My dude is SH or CHLONG. I just looked it up.
S.
It is
That
SCH.
Okay, so it was still technically a brain cell.
Yes, it was. That's what I'm saying. It is a very interesting brain cell.
So he is being a schlong.
The room was locked.
Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all.
What?
Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator?
You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole.
That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator.
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kasubo-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. It looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill.
Precisely, my dear madame. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all will shock you to your cores. Behold! Yeah,
What the?
Snake!
I knew it. I
This-
had a feeling. Ever since the intro, I'm like, oh, that's gonna be relevant.
It is a sneaky snake.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to talk, my dudes.
Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you?
You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall?
Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap?
No, it's a
How?
snake.
Ah,
How exactly? Excuse me, Christ. I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova?
I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all.
His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me.
There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life.
See, I don't think so.
Well,
But I'll hold on to judgment.
we are soon coming to the conclusion
No.
of this case.
Really?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that we're fast approaching the conclusion to episode 3. Or 2, I mean. Yeah, 2. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake quilt around his head.
I called it.
I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. I wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck.
Dude, it's the constriction that you have to worry about, but sure.
So, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Oh
Another
goddamn, we're
round.
gonna have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to correct his ass.
The game is afoot. Topic 1. Intruder's Identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain.
Okay.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded the vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No, Don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this!
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary now. Even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you're trying, but failing to conceal can only be the snake's loud skin. Sloth skin. Evidently, even the subtle and horrible crime. After the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Last night, through the ventilator inside in this cabin, visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin.
Flops.
A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India.
Sholmes.
Beloved speckled snake. How Mr. Asoki died. See, this is technically not even an incorrect train of thought, given the facts that we know as we know them.
Right, I'm just saying stop doing leaps in logic to the... It must be from this place. Do you have evidence of that? If not, shut the fuck up. That's more where my irritation's coming from.
Yes, that is definitely a lot more sensible. Which is why Sholmes usually has an assistant to keep him to the actual facts of the case. But since he doesn't have an assistant right now, he can only do as he does.
He let the ADHD rabbit go wild.
Yes, since he doesn't have a non-ADHD friend with him.
Or doors to kick down.
That too. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Incorrect?
Nope.
Now, if we take that as fact, which we cannot, we can reasonably imagine there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
Oh no. Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend.
This makes no sense.
There is no
There's no point. Oh, fuck.
There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. Incorrect? We found nothing in there. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. Shall wait.
Apologies, I had to take care of something real quick. You don't.
It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend.
Train?
Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training?
It's not true!
Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. No, it's definitely fallible.
Much like you, my good sir.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of the speckled band. Which needs some polishing, I must say.
Your breath is coming out.
Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promised food is the key to training any creature. Promise of food is key. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. No, he has not. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. Except it's still dented the logic. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand.
What?
Could I venture an opinion?
Excuse me.
Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes?
But of course, what's on your mind?
It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me.
I welcome
My
questions.
God, she's finally getting brain cells.
I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly.
Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family.
You are very well informed, madame.
And reptiles, don't drink milk.
Ah,
It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward.
no matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds.
Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears.
Yeah, they're deaf.
Ah,
Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling.
But madame, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute?
I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements.
That does make sense. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless!
I'm surprised you don't know more about them since you're so similar.
Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes.
Actually, snakes can hear things, but only portion.
Okay, I have to apologize for the snakes by comparing them to Sholmes. So
That's your takeaway.
that's my takeaway. Yeah, the poor snakes. Anyway.
There is one other thing.
Do you have more?
Yes, you provided that many holes, motherfucker.
Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins.
Then it should try harder.
Sholmes! You should try harder.
Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin,
I've been talking too much, God.
even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it wouldn't have, or couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this.
Rip.
Good. The look of defeat.
I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto.
Oh no. You don't mean...
Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be.
I had a feeling that was coming.
She just wants to see you dance again.
She's a shipper.
Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruto.
I don't want to hear from you.
Yes,
Too late.
right.
I'll fight you.
So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again?
Your handcuffs are gone.
Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd
Please
leave them
don't.
off.
He's like, no, please.
Now,
You give me
everyone.
the shipping feel.
Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Trying to remember, how old is Ryunosuke?
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. I will see if I can check in a moment.
Sure.
Court record,
Just,
people.
yeah.
Nope, can't check it from here.
But Sholmes is 34, yeah. So he is
Oh, okay.
probably at least a decade above Ryunosuke.
Yeah, Asogi is 23 and, well, Mikotoba is 16, but given that Ryunosuke and Kazuma are around the same age, around the same grade-ish, it's
Yeah.
it's
So
like
somewhere between 20 to 23.
yeah, so
Yes.
a bit young.
minimum 11-year age distance.
Damn!
Age distance difference.
Damn you, baby face!
Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. The whole thing is nothing to do with me. Naruhodo's
Thank
23.
you, Rose.
Got it.
Okay, 11-year age difference then.
Yes. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Except it's not the heart.
It's
She-
her hand.
She does have a pained expression on her face.
Yes, that's true. She looks as though Cosmo-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind.
But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then?
Let's take a moment. And really look very closely, Miss Pavlova.
Hello?
She has a cat, doesn't she?
Oh, Naruhodo-san, look! It looks like a very painful wound.
It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently, too.
Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night?
When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse.
And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It is not. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they?
No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow.
Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers?
We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. That's where we'll find the answer.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, she's adorable.
Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away.
Rose.
She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she?
Yes, that's true, but personally, it's that little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. And look at that, she's got a little bell.
I noticed the bell immediately, like, oh no, the bell broke.
Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling here.
Oh, what a cute little kitten. It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruto-san? For the blackest outfit.
Hmm.
Yeah, Silver, we better not be on the same wavelength, and it better not be.
A black kitten. And from the look of this picture at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear.
Oh no.
The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you?
Ah! Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind.
Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably...
The snake is trying to bite Holmes.
Yep. This specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night?
No! Don't look at me! This has nothing to do with any of this!
Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you're trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's...
Nope.
Slood.
Sloth skin.
How the fuck?
It's a weird word, I know, I'm sorry.
Doesn't
But
make
it
any
is sloth.
fucking sense.
I know. But it's like tough, rough, but it's sloth. I'm sorry, man.
Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back.
If she'd just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. No one would ever have known.
Oh, yes. Toys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something.
I thought deduction was a specialty. Or it may be making me believe that was a ploy, too.
Don't give him credit.
Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake.
In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back?
Cat toy? Yep.
Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but... what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at one end.
I think it might be a cat's toy. This sort of thing is common in the West, apparently.
How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave in front of them, and they pounce to catch it.
That sounds positively adorable.
It is.
It is very adorable. But yes, it's cat's toy. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Darka.
Don't call them. Anyway.
A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the pictograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova.
It was after I gave her the food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty.
A beloved kitten.
Baby.
On to topic number 2. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom, which is completely incorrect given what we know now.
What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Cosmo-sama's body.
That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned.
Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
We can use, where is it? There you are.
On
Post-mortem report.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other.
Sholmes.
You're brilliant, but you're also so dumb.
The ADHD has taken hold.
Nope. Anyway.
His necklace?
Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that.
That soldier, I said soldier, that sailor is on his last goddamn straw right now.
Seaman Stroganov isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime.
That's it, Rose. I think you're right. Either that or he has encountered the snake before, and those markings are from it restricting him. Okay, sorry.
Oh no. Could there be?
Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. No. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something. Or someone.
Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though.
Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow.
I suppose... It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck by accident.
It's not impossible.
Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it.
That's the reason why stairs can be so fucking dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man.
Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Well, there's this mark on the floor.
Yeah?
That's the only thing that could reasonably explain what the cause of death was.
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish.
Shoe polish?
Indeed. Positively identified by the little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at some point on the floor and tripped.
Tripped over the kitty.
Please, no.
And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell onto the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life.
No!
I don't know. I don't know anything about this.
Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. Which, not really.
I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it.
I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. Christ.
Sorry.
Not you, this fucking alarm. And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes.
Where, I wonder?
Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. It's not in the traveling case, it's not the tiara. So the only place could be the waste paper basket.
This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them.
But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Except... Oh? What's that?
It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind's been playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right. You hit the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket.
Ah!
Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Osogi's cabin. And, as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly.
Oh no.
So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not?
I don't.
I don't know, in that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question.
What?
Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hey!
Yes.
You know what it is?
The evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the little glass bell. That would be the photograph. Because quite clearly, there's a glass bell here.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, the very same glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble?
Is Darka.
Your absent feline friend, Darka.
Hey, 20 minutes before FC event.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry.
Death by tripping over a cat.
I mean, that shit has happened before.
Deduction complete. Elementary. We're pretty close. I'm pretty sure we're pretty close to the end of the case, so I'm just gonna continue this on and hop into the FC event once I'm done. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night.
It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands.
People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments.
She was so fast. She disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her.
And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it.
Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me.
Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It is a precaution, really.
So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping.
So at that point, you thought it safe to try and lure the kitten back again. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin.
Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using a real toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return.
So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova, trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened.
Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent.
Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asugi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards?
In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator.
Yet Daka is nowhere to be seen.
I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again.
Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am.
Oh, don't start getting self-awareness now.
Well, he knows something about himself at least.
When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back.
Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship?
Yep, it is the pet, Mira. Doggy.
I was muted again. Oh, I didn't say. The snake is my friend. His name is Piroshko.
Hmm? What? What? That snake belongs to you?
He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him here.
Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? Pour it. Hypocrite.
Hypocrite.
Keep on it.
Oh, voila.
But animals are not permitted on board.
We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands?
Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better?
Damn.
But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in.
No venom.
Hmm?
Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable, like Rani.
Yeah, he's a constrictor. He doesn't have venom.
It's venomless?
Yes. Now he is hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile.
And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose?
No.
Huh, like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only stupid stories. Piroshka eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses.
That's what the mousetrap outside
The
is for.
mousetrap was for.
Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for?
Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food?
Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous! How the deuce did something so inept land us starring bro?
I don't know. How did you?
Leave him alone!
And
He's doing his best. It's just the ADHD bunnies.
and he's vanished onto the floor from disbelief.
It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko is nothing to do with this incident.
So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Tripped on a kitten and broke his neck.
Absolutely tragic.
Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. That's
What are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident.
I'm no great detective, Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, how did the bell come? How did you get the bell half?
And then there's the whole mass headache thing.
Mm-hmm.
To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. Just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again! Why did you do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion.
Yeah, and the Russian on the floor as well.
No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear.
Cosmo.
The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, let's see what I can do. Excellent.
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo.
So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin was in a cabin that was bolted from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. It's the writing. How could there be writing on the floor if it was an accidental murder or accidental
Yeah,
death?
and she never set foot in there.
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case.
But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast.
Simple like
She's grasping at straws and we know it.
Yup, that doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Rose over there, simple my flat ass. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ugh. Which means, after the victim fell on the floor, he he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead.
That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Sogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true.
What? So, Susato-san has noticed it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, it's the bell. The bell piece. At least I'm pretty sure it's this piece of evidence that shows it.
Yeah, save real quick. Is it the bell?
Yes!
Yeah, because if Pavlova has no reason to be there, why is the bell piece there? Why is only half of the
Okay,
bell?
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Was like, yeah, why did you grab, or why is it there in, you know what I mean?
Yeah, why isn't the whole bell missing instead of just half the bell being there? This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Huh.
Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no.
Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt.
Give me one moment.
Yeah, sorry, this is gonna run a bit over
Okay,
the,
alright, here we go.
the event.
Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's.
I can take over for the sailor.
Sure.
You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course. We know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have, there's no way you could have left the message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time.
And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor. For fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died.
But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bellway? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item.
You all suspect me, don't you?
Seaman Stroganov? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of the ship's band. Do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet. Is impossible. He's right.
Except...
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread on door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Susanoo, why would you bring that up?
You have time and again proven that that couldn't be done with the airtight seal.
A watertight seal, even.
Yeah. Red? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so...
Wow.
Sasato-san, how can you shift it out to me like that?
Wow.
So Seaman Stroganov has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. But I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it.
Yeah?
And in this very cabin, we can see traces of this method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe you know what I mean, don't you?
Button! 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 We got to press the button!
Not quite. A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mrs. Shums means, Mr. Naruto?
Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs. Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. It's the
I am disappointed.
It's the mess of a bookshelf over here.
Yeah, I am disappointed.
Yeah, we're not gonna use the button to cause a full stop again.
Cries.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. Did not make the press court record. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe. Yes. It's also known as the force of inertia acting on the objects.
There are nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that's in her book, at least. Well, whatever it is called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door.
Ah!
It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like...
Inspector Hosonaga.
You made Hosonaga very British.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I can't help
but that's
it.
okay. That's okay.
It's very
he's a
endearing.
good man. Yeah, he's a good man. He deserves it.
He deserves to be British.
He deserves to sound
Posh.
a little posh. Yeah, that's what I meant.
I'm like, he deserves to be British. That's quite a cruel, isn't it?
No, he deserves to sound a little posh is what I was going with it, not British. I'm just like, no, he deserves to have a little fancier voice. Yes. No, don't chop me. Sorry. I have been chopped.
Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew off and the bolt flew off. Sorry. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and blocked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, whatever you want to call it.
Inertia!
Inertia.
Don't confuse inertia with whatever the fuck Sholmes has going on.
Oh, boy, please. The fucking whole Sholmes, Schlong.
Herlock Schlogs.
No.
Just wasted it.
Are you trying to say that
God.
last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed, Shh.
Mhm.
The SS Burya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over.
Oh, yes. I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Asogi's cabin.
Oh, my.
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Hmm? Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside, used to trigger the emergency alarm?
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookouts alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today.
Hector! Hector!
Mr. Sholmes,
Lucky man got to push the buttons.
surely it wasn't you who...
As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion.
Hector!
He sounds almost proud of himself.
We wanted the best to press the button.
Hector, you stole that opportunity from us. I don't think we can ever forgive you.
How dare you mess with ship? I report you to captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not?
You are idiots. Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruto?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? It's the ship's log.
Yep.
There is nothing written from 2 a.m. until early morning.
Yes!
And Cosmo died between 1:35 and 2.
Seaman Stroganov, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Ah, that is correct. Why? In the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift, bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later.
God damn it, Hector.
I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing is recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed.
That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night.
Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean?
Throbbing of the skull. The skull.
Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe.
Can you pause for like a second? I need to use the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I've been trying to get through this as swiftly as possible. So I honestly didn't realize that it would take this long to get to the conclusion.
I know. I didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't realize that there was so much left either. I mean, not that I would have any way of knowing, but I'm just like, oh no.
I
The good news is
forbore.
I am logged. The good thing is I am logged in, and I did take care of the bidding at least. So
Yeah,
I am on and available.
and I will get on as soon as I'm done with the stream.
You can't see it, but I'm giving you just the tiniest poke in the forehead. God damn it.
Bess! Hello, Bess. Are you awake? Are you being a sleepy boy or are you awake?
He,
Oh, you got up?
Hi!
he woke up since I looked in this direction.
Oh. He's just like, Father, Father, I wish to greet you.
Bess is awake.
I love them.
Eh. Giving him some brushy since he's shedding a lot of fur by me just petting him. This is a very shitty boy. Even
Sorry
during the...
about that, I'm in pain and we are already 20 minutes late from the event.
Yeah, that is completely my bad. I thought that this would have ended sooner.
What? Hello.
Oh, damn. Okay. Fucking shoot me earlier, why don't you?
Look, even outside world is saying, hurry up!
I'm trying to.
Everything hurts.
Also, we have cat interlude.
Okay.
Sorry, best. Alright. Continuing and trying to get this done as swiftly as I can. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And I had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes. In fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
Yeah.
My dearest fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
We've all been thinking it. We've
I-
all been thinking it.
I do. No! Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consume it.
Soporific.
Soporific. Yeah, I had a feeling I horribly mispronounced that.
It's okay. I'm here to help where I can.
Tampered with by the addition of a soporific. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop?
Mr. Naruhodo, of course it's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What?
Mr. Sholmes!
Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have been an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. I will tell everything.
Eh?
I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Ah, we could not make all drug. How do you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by a comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effect of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, the people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make any sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and that would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But
But what?
I don't know about any of this. I am just little Nicole.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we only trust what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait.
Neil?
But I am quite fond of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind?
Now's not the time to wax poetic.
Sir, we're
Half an
30
hour.
minutes.
Yeah, half an hour over the start time.
I am in massive amounts of pain. Do not start being poetic over there.
What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction.
I'm lowering my head over here.
What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning
Oh
spectacle.
my god.
And that is where we close off for tonight.
That's where we stop. I'm
Because-
sorry. No.
No. I have already dragged this longer than it should have gone. So, we'll save this for next time.
Sorry,
Christ.
Hector. That's for next time.
Hector,
Ugh.
Christ, I wanted to end this over half an hour ago. But no, the game said no. But now I
Not
say...
for lack of trying.
Yes, but now I say, fuck off, we'll see you next week.
Ugh.
And this Sunday, I'm gonna be playing something. I don't know what yet, but it's gonna be something.
Okay. Okay.
Gotta be something.
Yes.
What did play Stardew?
Hey.
Maybe. But yes, this Sunday, I'll play something.
Yeah, please do.
This Wednesday, I'm gonna play more Resident Evil 4. And next week, I'm gonna play more Great Ace Attorney on Friday. Anyway, not to drag this any longer than it has been, thank you to all my lovely little boys who've come to watch me tonight. My name is KSJ/Noid. That has been Fire and Dogi, and we shall see y'all somewhere else in the void. Bye!